and at least you're sure, should you have any issue, you're able to know who you can approach. So please take this meeting seriously. And when I talk about seriously, it's not that you just come and you're so rigid, but just being flexible, yeah? Coming with the willingness to learn, to even to teach us, because no one knows everything, yeah? No one knows everything. And that's why we, at the end of the day, we have a judge who is listening to submissions from both councils, and it's the council who convinces the judge that that wins the case. So just think about it like that, because I mean, the law is so dynamic. You might be aware of something that I, or even Vicky, or even Daniel, or even Angela are not aware of. So just know that that willingness to learn also is a motivating factor from our end. So I am really happy to be here just to watch from this other side. And I think the confidence again that I have today is, yes, our results are not yet out, but I know that it shall be well. And I also want to tell you guys that, of course, the process is not really easy, but it's doable. Yeah. I'm walking and talking. Is it by faith or living in faith? Yeah. It's doable. Because again, with the mentorship that you'll get from this group, you'll be able also to pick up the key survival tactics that you require to survive in KSL. And actually, the word is not even surviving, it's thriving. Yeah. Because if you're surviving, it means things are not so well. But if you're thriving or even surviving to thrive, that's okay. At least we can say you're somewhere. Otherwise, thank you very much. I'll be engaging with you guys more. And thank you, Vicky, Dan, and Angelo. Thank you.
Welcome. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Rispa. I think Victoria is yet to join. If she's in, maybe you can let me know, Victoria. But yes, guys, the basic foundation, and I think it comes from what Rispa and what Angelo have shared. You know, the moment we decided, I don't know if we've shared this story with Rispa and Angelo, but for your class, you know, we started that group before we got our results. You know, we were just like, me and Vic were just let's just start. You know, let's try our best to help those who are coming, after us. We know how it is, we know how hard it was, and now that we've reached at the end of it, we've done our exams, and we know just by that faith, we know that we're going to pass. With that particular faith, we were able to start that group, and we're just glad and happy to know, and we give God all the glory that you guys were able to learn much, that we did not wait until we got our 9Ps and everything to be able to sit down and start that group, because maybe you guys could have missed a lot if you were waiting for that. And so I think for me, it's even a point of encouragement to know that, Rispa, Angelo, I mean, guys, these guys are really eager to help. Even though your results are not out yet, you guys are here. You guys are here to help those who are coming, after you. You do not care. Of course, you care about the results. And I know that you guys have faith that you're going to pass. And I want to believe that you guys are going to pass. But the fact that you guys are here, I think it really, really means much. It means much. And I think by the same faith that you've talked about, Rispa, walking in faith, it is by that faith that I want to believe that, we're going to celebrate your 9Ps, you're going to celebrate Angelo's 9Ps, and it shall happen. It happened for us, it will happen for you. So, guys, the basic foundation of this group is just to ensure that we make your lives better at KSL. I mean, there's so much pressure. There are a lot of rumors. There's so many stories. There's so much about KSL. There's so much out here that people talk about when it comes to KSL. They tell you how much you have to do, how people don't make it, how the people who have done company law for 5 years, and how the guys who have been there for 10 years, they haven't made it. KSL is really not possible. You'll go through so much. At that point, I don't know, you have to do this, you have to do that. You'll have sleepless nights. And guys, one thing that I usually say, and I think we even used to say this during the last year's class, that the fact that you guys have reached here, the fact that you've gone through high school, you guys made it. You joined university for law. You guys have gone through university. By the grace of God, you guys made it. And now you guys are here, man. It means that this is where you're supposed to be. You can do it. You've passed through those two tests and you have come out a champion. It means that you can also be a champion here. You can also make it here. You just need to put in the same efforts you put during your past years, and you will be fine. sometimes there's this doubt that creeps into our mind. You're like, will I make it? There are so many limits. Everyone is saying it's impossible. Everyone is saying there's so many people who fail. And you start having those doubts, like, I won't make it. I don't think I'm made for this. I don't think I'm in the right place. Or, if I hear this story, if I hear that person saying that, this person saying this, I have a lot of anxiety. What we'd like to do, what we'd want to do in this group is to fight that anxiety, to help you fight that anxiety. Guys, you belong here. This is your place. You can make it. You can do this. So do not let anyone spread any doubt into your mind. Don't let it. You guys are going to be the senior counsels of tomorrow. You guys are going to be the judges of tomorrow. You guys can do it. Do not let anyone tell you anything different. You guys can do it. You belong here. You guys can make it, and you guys are going to make it. Life is a challenge all the time. Even after KSL, there's something else. There's people. People will tell you, oh, if you go to Big Low, you'll go through this. The bosses are this. There's some toxic relationship. But for me, what I usually say is everyone has their own story. And we are all writing our stories each and every day. I'm writing mine. You're writing yours. Rispa already wrote hers, and she continues to write. Angelo wrote his, and he continues to write. We all have our different stories. I mean, the fact that people fail in KSL doesn't mean that people don't pass at all. During my year, yes, there are people who failed, but there are also people who passed. Even fucking Rispa, who are still waiting for the exams, their results. There are people who will fail, but there are those who will pass. So the question is always, where do you want to be? Which story do you want to write? Okay. And you guys can write that success story. You can do it. If the people who are going to pass, you can be amongst those people who are going to pass. And I think one thing that we've also said from the first meeting is what you decide to focus on. As a man thinketh, so he becomes. If you're always thinking about failure, you might just end up failing. I mean, that's the only thing that is on your mind. You're always thinking about failing KSL. People have failed. You're also going to fail. It might just happen that you're going to fail because, I mean, it's what is on your mind. And I think that's why we are starting from the basic foundation by telling you guys that you belong here. You guys can do it. You guys are going to be the best. In the future, you're going to be, of course, not all of us can be senior counsels and judges and, and justices and everything, but you guys belong here. No doubt whatsoever. You've gone through the challenges. You guys are here. You guys can make it. You're not in the wrong place. You're not in the wrong place. You have the capabilities and you have the capacity to do it. We just have to put our mind right and we will make it. One day you will sit down and just remember how hard it was, but you made it. You made it, you did it. There are people who have done it. You guys are also going to do it. Whatever part of the story that you are going to be in depends on what you decide to write. But I'm encouraging you guys again today. Please be positive, write that good story. Just ensure that you rest enough, ensure that you are reading enough, ensure that you are focused enough, and you'll be fine. I mean, for me, I don't even think it's a life or death story or a life or death situation. Yes, you have to work hard, but it's not, I'm not telling you guys to be lazy, but I'm just trying to tell you it's not the worst thing that you can go through. It is possible. You can do it. You can do it and you guys will do it. So part of, of this group, part of us, of our coming together, of course, apart from education, we are also just trying to focus on mental health. And so if you hear me giving long speeches, if you hear Rispa giving long advices, if you hear Angelo preaching at one point, it's because we understand that apart from being able to study and understand, your mental health also matters. And we understand that by you hearing stories from someone who has gone through it before, by someone who has made it, by you hearing stories from someone who got 9 Ps probably on their first sitting, you are encouraged. And so that's why we try our best to also just give you that ease, to try and, fight that anxiety, to share with you that which is positive, to give you those positive stories, just to hype you up, and not to hype you up in a wrong way, but towards the right trajectory, because we know you need it. We know how mental health is very important at this particular time. And so we'll keep doing our best. We'll keep sharing our stories. We'll keep advising you. We'll keep telling you this and that. We hope and we believe that you guys do not mind. But the reason as to why we are doing it is because we went through it. It was tough. We fought a lot of mental issues. We had so many stories. And it is that which we want to debunk. That is what we want to do. We want to help you guys have a good time. We want to help you guys get better results. We want to help you guys have better stories. Okay? So we've said much, we've shared much, we've introduced ourselves. It is time to at least hear from any one of you. A policy again that we have here, guys, it's a safe space. Say whatever you want, so long as it is education related. Ask whatever question you want. You know, anything that you want to say, anything that you'd say in this particular platform, be free, share it. We are not teachers, we are not lecturers. We are just like you. We're just like you. And that's why we are. It's because we know how it feels. We are just like you. So please, at this moment, if you have any question, any rumors that you want us to debunk, anything on your mind, anything that would help you have better mental health during this period, any question whatsoever, we are here to answer those questions before we begin on the educational part of this journey that we are starting today. So anyone, be free. Even if you're asking it in Sheng, well and good. Kiswahili, well and good. Of course, so long as it's not in mother tongue, because some of us might not understand. Yes, go ahead, Joy. Welcome.
Okay, hi, I hope you're good. I just wanted your opinion or anyone else's on anyone who worked through KSL, had an 8 to 5 job, and was in school from beginning to end of KSL, and how did they practical ways they employed in their journey that helped them maybe get 9Ps or help them just hack this whole KSL system. Yeah.
Thank you, Joy. Rispa, do you want to take that? If you fall in that category.
I don't really fall in that category, but I like to share my 2 cents. And I know they say experience is the best teacher. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, sorry. I'm saying I don't really fall in that category, but I like to give my 2 cents on that. This is what I'd like to say. One thing that I learned, because I ended up working after, I think, in my third term of KSL. But one thing I really learned, and I think it's also important, that when it's time for class, just be in class. Yeah. I know there is this notion of I'll get the notes, I'll read, but there are some classes, I know there are some classes where lecturers don't teach, but just it's good to be in class when you're required to be in class. I know it sounds a bit tricky because, again, how would your employer, like, how would you give conditions to your employer? Like, hey, I know it's an 8 to 5 work, reporting time and working. But look here, I can only work from, maybe my class runs from 9 to 1. You can only engage me from 2 to 5. It sounds a bit tricky and a bit weird because, again, you're imposing conditions on your employer. But for me, I would say when you're required to be in class, please be in class. There is value when you're in class. You also remember, because again, you'll realize you won't read everything, or rather, you won't read everything for the exam. But if you've been in class, you recall some things easily that even when you go back and read, they become easy to grasp. Yeah, that's what I'll respond to that. I hope it helps.
Thank you, Rispa. Angelo?
Thank you so much, Daniel. Although I don't fall in that category, I actually happen to know a few friends who were there. They were part of my group discussion. So, and what I would say is sometimes it depends with where you are working. Is it a law firm or is it a law related institution that is actually going to keep you up to date? Uh, like the way Rispa have said, and maybe when Daniel was was addressing you, KSL is not rocket science, and personally, I cannot advise someone to leave their work. Although Kenya School of Law is a work on its own, so it depends with the amount of seriousness or pressure that you are giving it. I had this friend. He's actually one of our members here. His name is Esbon MC Oko. He worked from January to December. He only took time off when we were about to do our bar exams. So, like the way RISPA said, you have to ensure that you are in class. And if you are working, let's say, in a law environment, so it will mean that drafting of documents, affidavit, is it plain or anything that is a matter of law, actually it can really help you a lot. So there are some things that I learned recently in my pupillage center. They are too easy, but because I have never actually seen them, they were an issue when I was doing my exams. So what I would say is I cannot advise you to leave your work, but at the same time, if you don't need it, then you can just pause and focus on school for now and maybe resume later. And if you really need that particular work, then don't leave it. Just balance. What you will have to do is that you will work harder than those who are we call them career student or those who are professional students. But if you are working, then when you are working, I believe you have some kind of arrangement with your boss. Maybe you will be working. If you are in a morning class, you will be working in the afternoon. If you are in the afternoon class, you will be working in the morning, but always ensure that you attend classes, because when you attend classes, you answer questions in class, so lecturers will notice you. Sometimes it comes in handy when they are marking project work. Everything here, it is politics. It is politics such that when you are going to that tail end of doing your exams, you ensure that you have secured something in your orals and also in your project work, because it is same people who are going to examine you in your oral exams. So if you are a good student, your attendance is at 70%. I will not say 100%, but you have tried to attend most classes. And when you are in class, you people do see you. You ask questions, you answer questions, so they can really help you when marking or project work, and also when you are doing your oral exam. So I will not say you leave your work, just balance them, but make you now you will have to cut on your sleeping hours, because you will need to study in the evening. You Because now it is like 18 hours out of 24 you will be engaged. You will be at work, you will be at KSL, and you will have to set some time aside for you to study. So it will mean that you will work harder than those who are in school, and it can really assist you during orals and also during exams, because you this thing, for example, let's say certificate of urgency. I, so and so, an advocate of the High Courts, due practicing as such in the form of this, duly instructed. So those are some things that you will not be struggling to write down, to cram, or let's say, how do you begin a notice of motion? Take notice that is it a chamber summon application, or is it an originating summon led so and so? You see, because when you will be doing your exam, so those are some of the things that will be examined. So I cannot say you leave your work, but if you balance it, everything is going to go on well. Thank you, Daniel.
Thank you, Angelo. Thank you, Rispa. I think I can only add but a few. Joy, I think one thing I can say is if you decide to work and also do KSL, ensure that you are working and also doing KSL. Okay. What I'm trying to say is this: ensure that you are going through KSL. You know, sometimes we get so engrossed in work until we forget about KSL. But if you're intentional on working and doing KSL, ensure that even though you're working, you're also going through KSL. Don't leave it behind. I know sometimes people will tell you that you will still make it. My opinion would be, or my advice would be, just ensure that you don't leave it behind. Ensure that what you are doing is you are working, yes, but you are also studying through KSL. Don't forget about KSL as much as you work. Now, working and going through KSL, I want to believe is an advantage, especially if you are working in a legal firm or a legal organization. Because when it comes to practical stuff, the way Angelo and Rispa have said, you'll be able to easily remember these things and you'll be able to easily apply them. Now, I'm not trying to say that everyone who is here should now start looking for a job. Guys, everyone with everything with an advantage has a disadvantage, okay? Now, working and going through KSL, as I've said, is an advantage because there are things that you learn easily. There are things that, you'll be able to know even before the rest of the people know. But again, you have to remember that those who are not working have more hours to study. It's easier for them to study through KSL. But for you, you must always try to remember and to ensure that as much as you're working, you are also doing KSL. Yes. So there are pros and cons. You just have to ensure that you know how to deal with it. Now, this is what I'm thinking. If you're working from 8 to 5, for example, for you to ensure that you are working from 8 to 5 and you are also going through KSL means that you have to wake up earlier, probably, so that before you go to work, you have done your part with KSL. And that when you come back from work, you can also ensure that you read through what you're supposed to learn in KSL. It is only when you do that that we can say, Joy, that you are working as you go through KSL. The reason why I keep insisting on that is that there are people who are working, but they're not studying through KSL. And once the results come, they say that they were working and also studying through. They weren't. They were only working because they left one thing behind. So if you have the capability to work and also study through KSL, well and good. I think you can move forward with that. Just please don't forget that as much as you're working, you also have to study through KSL. Because when you're working, you're not studying through KSL. There's a bit of a difference, even though you have advantages. Again, there's one thing Angelo have said. Please, my opinion again, if you don't need the work, if you don't need it, it is my opinion that you can put it aside for now and just focus on KSL so that you don't fall in the category where you have to always remember that as much as you're working, you also have to study through KSL. You'll be able to focus on one thing, okay? If you don't need the job, I'd rather you just set it apart, focus on KSL, finish everything, then get back to it. If you need it, please, if you can talk to your boss nicely, if you can get some extra time from your boss, well and good. Try and get those extra time. What you have to remember that as you work, also ensure that you also study for KSL. Don't work so much until you forget about KSL. How can you do it? Now you'd have to wake up earlier so that you're able to read. When you come back from work, you'd also have to get back to your books and read. Just ensure that you are doing the two together and not just doing one. Joy, for me, that is what I can say. For me, I think I decided to focus on one thing because I felt like it was, I didn't, okay, maybe I had the capacity to multitask, to do the two, but I decided to do one thing. I decided to first finish with KSL, then get back to working. But that is because I didn't really need that job at that particular time. But if you need it, just please, Joy, ensure that as much as you're working, don't forget about KSL. Go through work and go through KSL at the time. Just ensure that you're also studying. Just ensure that you're also able to create time and study. How can you do it? You study in the morning before you go. My opinion again, the people who sleep so much in the morning and they can't do it. If you can't do that, then now you have to double up the weekends and double up the evenings. Joy, I don't know if that answers your question.
Yeah, it does. Much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Joy. Any follow-up question that maybe you have?
None for now, but as we go, I'm so sure they'll come up. So yeah, I'll ask in due course. Thanks.
All right. That's okay. Yes, Lois, go ahead.
Good evening, and thank you for this noble idea that you want to give back to the society. So my first question is, I'm asking, I can hear you guys, maybe you are all in online, in physical classes. So how has it been for people who have been doing online classes? And then also a follow-up question. So is it advantageous for someone who is in a law firm, for those who are working in a law firm, ama wenye wako kwa other fields, there's a disadvantage? That would be my question.
Okay, I think maybe I'd go first on that. I think during our period we did online classes for Kena Rispa and Angelo. I think you guys did physical classes. Ours was online class because of COVID and everything. I think it was the most convenient session or period of learning I've ever had so far, because I could wake up and go to the class straight on. I mean, we never used to put our cameras on, but of course, it was easy for us. So I think if there's always this notion, sometimes people tell you, oh, if you're doing online classes, it's not serious, you lose focus. I think you just have to be intentional at the end of the day. And I think it is the most, I mean, right now we're doing an online meeting and it's the most convenient. You can do it from where you are. You don't even have to travel to town or wherever and meet with me, but you can do it from your comfort. So I think online classes are the best thing that you can have. Now, for us, we used to start in the morning until 2. Then after 2, we had time to, if you're not working, we had time to to read. You can study for and and by you can have groups and all that stuff. So how did you do it? So in the morning, basically, you could wake up early and study before the classes if you want to, just so that you are involved, you are engaged, you know what the lecturer is talking about. Then of course go through the classes during the day. Personally, for me, I used to go just to break the monotony, have 1 hour break where I also take lunch and just chill a bit, then get back to studying after that 1 hour break, so that I'm able now to do other things. The 1 hour allowed me to break the monotony from the classes, and now to get into a new period where now what I'm doing is personal studies. So for those who are doing online classes, just please always try and ensure that you're intentional. Just focus on the class when the class is going on, because you need it. You need that class. You need to understand. If you're able to wake up early and read before the class, well and good. It will help you through the day. But online class is the most convenient class. You won't waste time on the road. You won't waste time on. Now again, this doesn't mean that you should not do physical classes. Different things work for different people. Physical classes are also good because the lecturer will be there, it's real time. You can always ask questions, you're able to meet others. But of course, as we've said, everything has pros and cons. But online class, for us, it was a good platform. So you can go through the classes in the morning or wake up earlier before the classes, have a 1 hour break to break the monotony. Then you can read through the rest of the day, maybe until 6, until 7, the way you decide. Then, do other things. For us, that's what we used to do, or have group work in the evening and, do other things. That is what we used to do during our time. Your other question was for those who are in other fields. Okay, I don't want to discriminate really. I think sometimes we need this job. Sometimes it is important that we do them for us to be able to maybe put food on the table and the rest. I wouldn't say that it is a disadvantage for you, really. Not really. I think what really matters is how much you are able to do in a day. If you're able to focus on your job and also focus on KSL, I mean, you're good to go. You're good to go. It's fine. So it doesn't have to be that you're doing a job that is connected to legal stuff or anything. You need the job, you can do it. Just try as much as possible that as much as you're doing the job, you are also studying through KSL. And this is not to give anyone any feeling of anxiety or anything. But again, when you are asked at that particular point, that what are you doing? I'm working, but also going through KSL. But let us ensure that apart from working, we are also studying through KSL. Because at one point you might find that you are only working. You only do KSL on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. The rest of the days you're only working. I mean, you'd be lying to yourself that you're studying and also, working. That it's a lie. That's not what you're doing. So just ensure that as much as you're working, you are also studying. You don't have to be in a legal field. Wherever you are, maybe you need it, just do it. But just ensure that you also create, the same way you're creating time for your job, just ensure that you also create time for KSL, because you need to learn. You're going to do exams, you're going to do orals, you need to know something. So just try and balance. That would be my answer. So it doesn't have to be that you're working in a legal field. Just that, as Angelo said, working in a legal field could be an added advantage, because you draft, you can easily remember the things that you're learning. So it's just an added advantage. You don't really have to quit or anything. Rispa, if you want to add anything.
Yes, I'd like to thank you, Dan. I'd like to add on the issue of online classes. I also did, I attended my classes virtually, and I think for me, I would say it was convenient, because again, you would join from anywhere as long as what is just required is self-discipline, because again, you see, you're not like under the radar or even the, what do you call it, the supervision of anyone. It's you, your computer, and just you. So I will say it worked out, because it's only like 4 hours, so 2 hours, then the other 2 hours. So you just sit there, you still participate as required. And I will say it worked out, though we were being told that, again, when it comes to accounting, or if you're being taught online, accounting can be taught virtually. Well, we survived, yeah, and we thrived in the end. So it's just a question of self-discipline. Once you hack that, you're good to go. Because sometimes I know we are students, and also some of us are working. So maybe that online class comes in handy. Uh, Instead of you moving from point A to point B with anxiety, oh, I need to get in class early, or rather, I should not be late for my class. And maybe you're leaving work, yeah. And I remember a friend of mine making a joke and saying, by the time KSL will be done, I think I'll be a 1 GB, yeah. And she alikuwa na mwili kidogo. So I would say that virtual classes come in handy in that way, as long as you're just self-disciplined, whether you're working or not working. Just know if you find yourself in an online class or in a virtual class, as already you've been assigned, just ensure there's self-discipline. By the end of the day, you'll still hack it. Then on the second issue, I also agree and echo the sentiments by my senior that yes, being in a law related place, like for example, a law firm will help you. But I also want to encourage you. I don't know if I'm being biblical, but I always say all of us have our own path. As long as at the end of the day, yes, you're working in this place, which is not maybe law related, but you've not left your KSL behind. Because remember, at the end of the day, you'll be judged with, quote unquote, judged, yeah, with what you've done while you're at KSL. Whether you were working, not working, or working in a law firm, not working in a law firm, working in some other place. The most important thing is, do you have those 9 Ps? Because again, you might be working in a law firm and you're so much swamped and you've left your KSL behind. And you could be working in an NGO which is not even law related, and you've carried your KSL with you, yeah? So it's a question of, I know somebody will say it will make you an expert if you're working in a law firm, you'll be able to draft while closing your eyes. But again, we have our own paths. And actually, I'm looking for the right words. Like, I'm trying to say, everyone has their own eureka moments. Eureka moments here, I'm trying to say, right now you might go to a law firm, yeah, and everything is working out for you and you're still doing your KSL very well. But me, who is working in a not in a place which is not law related, if I go to a law firm, maybe I will not even survive. I might even decide, let this law firm stay. Let me just go back and just deal with my KSL. The bottom line is, just carry your KSL with you. Yeah, just carry it with you. And KSL is not, you're not there like for 5 years. It's only, I think, 9 months or even less than that. Okay, less than 12 months. So just focus for that short time, and it shall be well. Yeah, that's what I'd like to say. Thank you. And my apologies, I have to leave. My gadgets are out of power and there's no power at my area. So in our area, sorry. So poleni, and I have to leave. I hope I have your permission. Thank you.
Thank you, Rispa. Well understood. We'll be glad to have you next time. Angelo, do you want to emphasize something?
Daniel, thank you. Not really, because I was in physical class. You see, I'm still in analog. I actually finished university before COVID. So I was actually praying when we were applying to Kenya School of Law that we do have physical classes, because I didn't know how to handle classes virtually. So my prayers were answered, and every time we were asked in some forms that are provided at KSL, whether it is virtual, hybrid, or physical, I always go for physical. So that was it. I found since I'm analog kidogo, so physical was kind of okay for me, but it was hectic, and it was also expensive in the sense of fare, transport, and then do lunch, cafeterias, do small chairs or what, and something like that. But I cannot comment much on that aspect. But I would say physical classes were really good for me, because I happen to interact with a lot of people. My classmates from different backgrounds. I have also interacted with a lot of lecturers who teach in universities. We assisted them in marking LLB exams. So, and some of the things like that. So if you are social, it is not like there is something you can do about it right now, because you are either in physical or in virtual class. So it is how you manage your time from there. So the fear was that if you are virtual, so maybe you will not focus, things like that. But it's all about self-discipline. So even if you are attending your class in bed, it is still okay. But people who have had experience in this sector, like Daniel and Rispa, they have said it is just all about self-discipline. How are you going to allocate yourself this particular time? So I believe Bible somewhere, I don't know if it is Ecclesiasticus or something like that, talk about time is there is time for everything. Sijui time for war, sijui time for peace, sijui time, even somewhere hapo katikati, sijui there is time for kiss or something, miss, I don't know, but there is time for everything. So if you really want to pass this exam, so just allocate your time. Jua tu venye utafanya, ucheze tu kama wewe, because it is not that easy. I will not promise you that KSL will be easy. Some will have even mental breakdown as we go along the way. So it is how you prepare yourself. If you have prepared yourself, even you will notice it will be the easiest education program that you will ever go through. The hardest it is Form 4, high school. So if you made it in high school, so KSL will not be an exception. That is what I would say, Daniel. Thank you.
Thank you, Angelo. So yeah, just okay. Well, anyway, yes, just ensure, the way Angela said, just ensure that you know you're intentional. I think with virtual classes, just ensure, Mandela, that you're intentional. Ensure that when it's time for class, it's time for class. You know, even if you have to sit far from other people, you have to move to another room. Just ensure that when it's time for class, it's time for class, and you are actually in that particular class. Don't end up having a mental breakdown because you didn't attend any classes. During classes, maybe you're making stories, you're playing games, you're doing this, you're moving from one place to another. Just ensure that when it's time for class. And I think sometimes people say ladies can really multitask. I think don't use that in this particular moment. Just do the class. Multitask. You can multitask with other things, but when it's time for class, I think when it comes to physical virtual classes, just sit down for the class and understand whatever the lecturer is saying, and you'll thank me later. And I think the way Angela said, the reason why maybe people go through tough times in KSL, at the latter days during when exams are coming up, and you're worried because you know nothing, is because when we have this free time, when we have this time to to put in the work, they don't do that. They want to multitask, they want to party, I'm not saying you don't party. I'm just saying, just ensure that you're doing something, at least the bare minimum. At least ensure that you're studying, at least ensure that you're learning, just ensure that you're putting in the work. And I'm telling you, you'll have a good time. This thing is doable. Just ensure that you're doing something. You don't have to be working, reading the whole day, the whole night. Just ensure that you're doing something. Yeah, and you'll be good. Mandela, I don't know if that answers your question.
That is very perfect. Thank you so much.
Welcome, no problem. Let's have Monica. Monica, go ahead.
Good evening, and thank you for mentoring us. I have several questions. My first question will be in terms of revision strategy. Did you have to put more effort on what they are referring as the forces? Because I understand that many people fail in those units. Then my second question will be in terms of looking for pupillage opportunities. Is it difficult to get them? Then perhaps for you who I want to assume or draw that you're already admitted to the bar. Does admission to the bar open up so many opportunities in terms of jobs? And finally, for those who did online learning, I would like to know if they did their oral exams online or it was a physical oral exam. Thank you.
Welcome. Thank you so much for having your questions all together. Yeah, I'll start with oral exams. Yes, we had oral classes, but no, oral exams were physical. We had to go to KSL. We know the days that we're supposed to go to KSL, and we did our oral exams physically. Because they have to see how you're dressing. They have to see how you present. They have to see your posture. They have to see so much. So it's only proper that you attend it physically. So oral, even though you have oral classes, oral exams are physical. So you'll have to go to KSL at the end of the day. Does admission open up more chances than if you're not admitted? Of course, your value increases, the more you learn. But of course, someone can also know your value even without admission. And it is you see, certificates are just there. I don't want to say that you don't need to be admitted to have more value. Yes, that is true. Yes, it will mean that even your money will go up, the amount you're being paid will go up. But one thing that I want to say is you are still you. Admission will just give you status, but you are still yourself. If you're in a firm where they still think that even though you admitted, they know amount of work that you'd put out, I don't think it would, move you to a senior associate immediately. You'd still maybe just become an associate and, just get a little pay rise and just be in the normal pay rise, but it doesn't change so much. When it comes to looking for jobs somewhere else, yes, if you're admitted, it could be that it's easier to get jobs. But again, I don't want to say that it's hard. All I want to say is that it depends on your interactions with people. It depends on how many applications you're putting there. It depends on the route that you want to take as a person. So I don't think so much changes. Yes, something changes, and now because now you're an advocate and everything, and this is really important. But everything just depends on what you want as a person, how much energy you're putting out there, and how far you're able to push, and what is your value. What is your value really as a person? So yes, it puts you up there, but still you need to put in the work. It's an advantage, but still you'll still need to put in the work. It doesn't open all the doors. Of course it can, depending on how much energy you're putting in, the value that you have, the connections that you have. I'm not saying that you bribe someone, but just who you are, the character that you have, and how you think and where you want to go. So it's just, I think it adds to your status, basically, mostly. Is it difficult to get pupillage? Again, this one also depends on the number of applications you're putting out there, the people you're interacting with. Of course, God, because again, if God wants you here, you'll be there. If He wants you there, you'll be there. So again, and the amount of hard work that you're putting in, and your value as a person. I think when it comes to work and all these opportunities, basically, it just depends on what you want, who you are, the amount of energy that you're putting in. Nothing else. And of course, God and where He wants you to be. Nothing else. I feel like mostly they just depend on you as a person and the amount of energy you're putting there, and you'll be fine. I think people get privilege, and you will be able to get privilege. Everything is going to be okay. But one thing that I always also like to advise, just take one day at a time. I mean, right now it's time to focus on KSL. Just do KSL. All these other doors will open, and you look back and even wonder how those doors open. There's some opportunities that you'll get and even wonder how you got them. So I'd rather we just, yes, it's good to think about it now. And all I can say is that, I don't know. I don't know really, but it depends on you as a person, your character, the connections that you have, how much you're putting yourself out there, the chances that you are meant to have, and where you are supposed to be and where you as a person you want to go to. But for now, just take one at a time. Let's do KSL first. The rest you'll cross the bridge. You'll cross the bridge when you reach there. Things will just open up. There are places that you'll reach and you'll even wonder how you reach those places. Your last question was on revision strategies. Yeah, people always talk about the 4 C's. They tell you how convincing is so hard. It's very high. It's very, the people really feel convincing. And this, I think during our group, people really passed in, civil litigation, conveyancing, criminal. Before we joined KSL, people had really failed in criminal litigation. During our year, many people passed criminal litigation. And what does that tell you? For me, it only communicates one communication. Every group, every lot, every person writes their own story. All of us, we write our own story. For our group, clearly or seemingly, civil litigation was easy, criminal litigation was easy, conveyancing was easy. That was the story for our group. Probably because we read much, we focused much, we decided to learn, and we managed to pass. So yes, focus on the 4 C's, ensure that you understand them if you want to pass them. One information I don't want to put out there is that they are so hard, they are so terrible. You need to put so much energy. It's so hard to pass them that so many people fail. I don't want to put that energy out there. I don't want to say that really. Yes, they're important. Yes, you have to read them, but they are all doable. They are all doable. In fact, for us, our lecturers used to tell us that as much as we focus on the 4 C's, we should also ensure that we are learning accounting, we are learning trial advocacy, we are learning about just focus on them, ensure that you know them, but also focus on other units. But these 4 C's are not too hard for you to pass them. Don't again spend so much time on 4 C's and forget about other units. Then, you get 4, you pass in 4 units and fail in the other units, and, you go nowhere. You still have a problem. So are we going to read for the 4 C's, then later on read for the other C's? No. So 4 C's, yes, we need to put in the energy, but let's not say that they are so hard, they're super hard. People really fail and you can't do it. You are able to do it. Put in the energy, but also ensure that you also focus on the other units. Let's not just focus on the 4 C's alone. Ensure that you're also putting in some energy on the other units. And one secret is the earlier you start, the better for you. Of course, give them more time, but again, they're not so hard until you cannot pass them. They're not so hard to the extent that people really fail these 4 C's. If that was the case, then the same way people who were before us failed in criminal litigation, we could have failed in criminal litigation, but we passed. The same results that we got, you'll find like in Angelo's group also, maybe there's something that we failed in, and then they're going to pass like crazy. So we are writing our own stories. Yes, 4 C's are important. You need to give them a lot of concentration, but also try to spread your energy also on other things, because what you need is not 4 P's. You need 9 P's. Not 4, 9. So just spread your energy in other things. Yes, focus on them more, because I'm not saying they are very hard. You just need to put in a lot of concentration, but also try and ensure that you're also, reading the other units and everything. And when you if you find yourself in a situation where you are finding it hard to understand other units, it doesn't mean that you are so terrible that you will not pass the 4 C's. In fact, you can even, there are people who passed the forces so well. And if you look at the other units, they struggled and you wonder how. Okay. So they'll need a lot of energy, but also try as much as possible that you spread your energy also on other units. And one thing that I can say, they're not super hard to the extent that you have to put them in your mind like crazy, read them every second, read them every time. No, focus on them, but spread your energy also on other things. Yes, Angelo, your opinion on the 4 questions?
Thank you, Daniel. I believe I will answer 2 questions substantively, and the final 2, for example, the issue of orals, it is physical. The Council of Legal Education have not yet come up with that program whereby they would offer exams virtually. Then on your admission, whether it will open up doors or opportunities for you. On the one hand, yes, it would really do when you are admitted to the bar. But on the other end, may mean that your current employers will have to let you go, such that they take in pupils, such that there's something called turnover and things like that. So you are happy taking pictures, telling everyone that you are an advocate of the High Court of Kenya, and then on the next day you are on the street looking for a job. So that is what happened. But that is a travel that will come later, because we'll first undertake your pupillage, okay, such that you are given that thing called certificate of compliance. So that one will worry later. So your worry now should be getting those 9 Ps and also getting a pupillage position. Then on your first question on the aspect of 4 Cs, they are technical subjects or units, but they are not that hard, especially if you have prepared yourself well. Of course, by nature, you will just find yourself that you are actually spending a lot of time studying the 4 Cs, and you are forgetting the other 5 Ps that you need to really get, because exams, it is 9 Ps or nothing. Okay, nowadays it is 10 Ps, because others may require that you have that the 10P, it is that one of the partner. It is something like that, but it is not mandatory, the 10P. But the 9 Ps, you have no option to say that, you know what, let me just place aside professional ethics, I'll get an F, then I will redo it. Okay, so those other 5 Ps are equally important, like the four Cs. Okay, and you will realize even in our discussion later when we go to your third term or after orals, you will realize that we will focus on 4 Cs. So if we are doing that one for you when we are doing our revisions, so it will mean that you will have to focus on those other units, especially professional ethics. It is too wide, but you say that, you know what, let me arm myself with duties and go to that exam. For example, during our exam, bar exam, actually it was very unlikely there were no duties somewhere. We went to trial advocacy, the same. I don't know where they actually set our exam, but it was really tough on us, because the normal questions or the trend as it has been, it actually became different during our bar exams. So it will mean that for you guys, you will have to be really prepared. So focus on 4 Cs, because they are technical. It is either you know it or you don't know it. You will not meander around. You bring to us all the rumors available on the planet, because it is either you know or you don't know. But on these other ones, where tu utajua venye utacheza kama wewe, but they are equally important. Then finally, on the aspect of pupillage, please just monitor that notice board. I have colleagues of mine, until now, they have not found pupillage positions, and it is really tough on them. And for peace of mind, before you do that bar exam, please try that you have secured a place. And if you have not found one, still, you will get it. I have colleagues who are now getting pupillage centers. but you just try, because the time is going to come whereby you will need it and it will be hard for you to get. And on the aspect of being accepted, like the way Daniel has said, please try to send out as many as possible. Google some farms, because it's not all the farms that will go to KSL to put it on the notice board, the advertisement. No, others are on Twitter, on LinkedIn. So you just be active on those media platforms such that you can appraise yourself. When an opportunity comes, you apply. And at the same time, when you apply, maybe you are called for interview, there will be written exams. Actually, we started doing CLE before even we start for one, because like Muhammad Muigai, they will give you an exam, and Jawala, you will go, I don't know, is it 5 stages? Okay. I miss on Bowman's because they do send in applications in February, and we started KSL in March. So you see, apply to as many as possible. Don't expect that you will be called for the interview. And when you are called, you will just hear, we regret, we regret, we regret. In my class, I was even at one point, they called me a professional interviewee or a certified interviewee, because I will just go there, I will come back. I even started whereby I don't sleep because I have to prepare for my interview in the morning. The result will come. They will tell me that we are sorry. At due, they are happy that I have applied. And then they tell me again, they are sorry to inform me. Okay. At one point, I was even discouraged, but God knows where you will do your pupillage. That is what I will say. Don't stress yourself. At the end of the day, you will go to the Supreme Court. That is it. Finally, even if you don't get it now or when, you will still get it, and you will go with a Salamia Chief Justice. So that is what I can say, Daniel. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Angelo. Thank you so much, even for trying your best also to be funny. Yes, guys. So it's important. You try and get these positions, but again, also take one day at a time. Just ensure that you're taking one day at a time. Because again, I think it wouldn't mean much if you have a PPLH position because you've worked so hard to get it, but then you have 8 Ps. It becomes a problem then. So try and put so much more of your energy on studies, and these things will happen. I want to believe that you guys will get these positions, and you guys you'll be fine. You'll be okay. Yes. So there's someone who wants to share with us on. There's a question that was asked earlier on working and also going through KSL. So one of our colleagues did that, and so I'd just like him to just share his experience, how he managed to do it, and I think that will also be able to help many of us who have joined today. So take it away, Hezbon.
Hello, guys. Thank you so much, Dan. Maybe by way of introduction, because I was not around when you guys introducing yourself. My name is Hezbon. I was in Angelo's class. I believe by now you know which class he was in. So the question was asked in my absentia, and I've expressed an interest in it because I think I have an apparent experience in it. So actually, my response to it will just be the same stories you've been hearing about people's experience about KSL. Like for example, Dan has shared with you what people say about individual unit, that every person has a different experience, or rather, every person has a unique experience of something. Like for example, today we can be told, let's go to America and then give a report on the same. We'll have gone to the same environment using the same person, but we come, all of us, with different stories about it. So the same happens to doing both KSL and studying. But then now, what is the reality? Maybe I'll speak about that. First of all, it is not easy. That is what I can say actually. But then the best thing is realizing that it's not easy, so that it tells you what you're supposed to do about it. So there is one thing that motivated me to do both. In the beginning, I was like, I'll just do first term. Then once I get to second term, I'll quit. But then I wanted to test myself, maybe the effectiveness of the same. So what I used to do was that some days I'll choose to go to KSL full time, and you interact with your colleagues and you see what the colleagues do. You realize maybe some of them, for example, those who attend afternoon classes, utilize library in the morning. A few of them. Those who attend classes in the afternoon, they go to the library in the morning, then afternoon attend class. But then majority, to be honest, especially first term and second term, 95% will just go to KSL 30 minutes to class. So I had a look at that and observation, and I realized that even if I quit from my job, then what will happen is I'll join the crew, because I was in afternoon class, and I'll be leaving where I stay, then get to KSL at 1:50 and join the 2 p.m. class. So I asked myself, like, of what difference will I create by quitting? Then, of course, I would be discouraged by the fatigue, because you literally get fatigued because you have to travel, you have to go to class, do some assignments and whatnot. But then I realized that the feeling or the thought that I knew I was doing, I was working at the same time I was going to class, then I knew there's some individuals who utilize the time that I spend in the office to do something extra. So then it pushed me to just do an extra thing. So that meant that I had to create at least 3 hours a day, whether in the morning or afternoon, to compensate for that time I spent in the office. And also, the fact that I could not quit easily is because in the office, you definitely interact and do the things that you are being taught, so that you're putting into practice that which the theory in the class. Because where we get it wrong is that, for example, today, if I have to take one of you through, let's say, criminal litigation, but I ask you question to do with the child, what you're supposed to do, you'll tell me the stories or everything. But then now I tell you, okay, you said if you want to approach this court, I'll come with this document. So I ask you, please do this document for me. It will be very difficult for you, and especially when it comes to now writing it down. So you realize this person who is working is every day interacting with these documents, maybe not interacting with, for example, conveyancing documents, commercial documents, civil documents, understanding the procedure, all the procedure in civil and criminal, the criminal litigation, all of them. So when you come to class, it's really, you take really little energy or rather effort to understand concepts. So the reason as to why I could not quit, I actually got the impact that working was, the effect of working for me, it was a positive, a plus for me, because yes, I would get exhausted, really, really exhausted, as sometimes nashindwa utafanya nini, but then I looked at the benefit I was getting, like I was understanding the real practice of law, interacting with those documents, going to class meeting, and that is exactly what was actually happening at KSL. So first of all, what pushed me was I didn't want to do the normal thing that other people do. Because I said, well, I'll quit, alafu niendelee kujoin watu ni attend classes, and I'm like, you have the mentality that, oh, I'm just fully focusing on KSL, I'm doing nothing else to distract myself. But if you're working, then you know that you are spending literally maybe say 6 hours somewhere else where while your colleagues are doing some other things. So you have to create time for it. Then another thing that actually I used was that as a way to cover up, we formed a group, a study group, other than this group that we have also joined as tutors. We had a separate group that we could meet every day. You can imagine, like after, let's say, the 6 p.m. class, you make a sacrifice of every day 2 hours. So you're interacting with the people who are on KSL full time, and those are people who are literally going to the library. So you interact to share, let's say, the day's learning and what someone learned, and just have a topic to discuss. So you realize at the end of the week, you are just at par with those guys. So honestly, for me, it never got to a point where I said, like, hey, I'm overwhelmed with this work, I want to quit. I think for me, I had a good plan, and it's that plan that made me walk through the journey, only to quit for the last 2 weeks to the exam to prepare for it. Yeah, so that is what I can say, unless I have a direct question to me on the same. Thank you.
Thank you, Hesbon. Thank you for sharing that, and for explaining to us that the fact that you knew that you're losing time also encouraged you to create time. And I think even the group discussions enabled you to know much, because you're able to share with those who are in KSL full time. So I think maybe the person who asked the question, Mandela, or the person who asked the question, if it's not you, I think you've heard from Hesbon, and I think maybe you've picked 1, 2, or 3 things that might be helpful to you moving forward. Any other question, guys? So far, no hand is up. Any question that we can deal with quickly? Any rumor that you've heard? Anything that we we can debunk right now or even confirm. You can ask that question. Yes, Chibi.
Good evening. My question regards, thank you so much for the session, first of all. And I think by my colleagues asking those particular questions, they were also asking on behalf of most of us, especially me. My question is to what is the schedule of our meeting? Will it be only weekends or do we have a weekday program so that now we can plan ourselves? Because in addition to even discussions, we also have other things to do, including farm meetings. So what is the schedule that you have in place for us?
Okay, thank you so much for that question. Yeah, I think it's important to plan ahead. So right now, what we wanted to discuss on or what we wanted to focus on was orals. And from our last schedule, the one that we used last year, we used to meet on Saturdays only. But again, if you guys are flexible and maybe you guys would want us to also meet during the weekdays, I think now that I have more people, we have more people in our group, we are able to create time for you. So last year we used to have for orals we used to have discussions on Saturday at this time only. So you students had the rest of the week to focus on other things, to do the group work and all. Because we also understand that at this particular point you have so much going on. But if you guys are flexible and you'd want to have another session in the middle of the week, on a Wednesday, on a Thursday, I think you'll just let me know. Just maybe text me individually, or let me know, or you can even say it in the group. Let me know which particular date you guys would want us to also meet. But for now, I think I can say Saturday from 8 to 11. However, we are open to adjusting, and we can have another during the week. If you guys are flexible enough, if you guys are able to balance it, also have one during the week. But for orals, we were just thinking of Saturday. But again, if you guys are flexible, fine and good, we can create another day. That would be my answer, Kibi, unless you have a follow-up question.
I don't have any. Okay, I don't have any. Thank you.
No, it's okay. You can ask. You can ask. No problem. It's easy. When I do what? There's something you're saying.
Oh, I wanted to say that if you, of course, ask for me, weekend Saturday will be convenient, but I guess we'll go by what most people are comfortable with. So that was what I wanted to add.
Okay. I think with time we'll be able to know whether people are flexible and open to having another session during the week. And I think, yeah, as we are easy, we're okay. We'll create time and have that session with you. Yes, Sophie. Sophie, go ahead.
Hi, good evening. Thank you so much for these sessions. My question is on is your advice for a student who was last in the LLB class like 4 years ago, and what should that's me as a student, what should I do to maybe remember what I studied in LLB? Because I know most of the students here just came out of undergrad, and then there is now me and probably a few others who left LLB kitambo, and now like yes, I have the 9 units to read on, and then also I'm being told that you will be asked questions on your LLB, come the orals, and also probably I don't know, sana sana orals. I hear some lecturers will ask you LLB questions. And I know we did like 50 something units, and I don't know how to refresh on all of them. Maybe you can advise me, and you know how I can do that. Yeah, that's my question. Your advice on that.
Okay, Sophie. Thank you so much. Angel, would you like to start, or I can just answer? Angel or Hesbon?
Thank you, Daniel. Short, maybe maybe I'm in the same category with you. So because I finished my LLB in 2019. Okay, I don't know if that is 4 years ago. What I was advised back then, although I did not ask the question like you did, there is a course outline. Personally, I would say you just focus on course outline, okay, and thereafter, because you don't know orals, it is your luck, it is the panel, and it is your God. Because I cannot tell you now to go and study gender and the law, or law of thoughts. Okay. So what I would say is that you just focus on the course outline as it is, and as you read case law, because the principles of law, as you read, you will just realize that you are reminding yourself. If it is defamation, you just pick a case, you study any principle of law. It is something that you can get, because going through, let's say, 56 units now, you cannot. And maybe that exams is 10 minutes. Maybe your luck can come your way. You will be asked, do you characteristics, do you have legalese or something like that. Yeah, that is all on my part, Daniel. I can Hesbon hand is up.
Okay, Hesbon.
Yes, I raised my hand so that I can actually have a comment on the question raised. I think it should be Sophie, right? Yes. So Sophie, to your question, that you graduated less than 10 years ago, and so you have had that with orals, they ask any question. For example, the question ranging from your the content in LLB. And I want to tell you this, that the moment you started KSL 1, that is when you started preparing for oral. So what I can tell you is that once you understand procedure because the 9 units have procedure. So if you understand, for example, what really takes place in civil litigation from the time when the suit is instituted up to the end, if you understand all the transactions in commercial, for example, starting when the company is being incorporated to the point when the company is being dissolved, and all the disputes that arise, if you just understand everything that everything that plays along, for example, the how do you call it? You have how do you call it? The course outlines of every unit in KSL. You realize that the orals will just be confined to, not really confined. Some actually extend. I don't want to say who, but sometimes ask outside because they know you interacted with these issues at LLB. But if you just confine yourself and get abreast with the issues around the contents on your course outline, trust me, you can never go outside. So what is the solution to your question then? What I'll advise is from now, and we are going to take actually a rigorous coaching so that we are going to touch not just on the things that you are being taught currently, but we will ask questions that range from LLB to even beyond. So if you attend our classes religiously, I can assure you that you'll have no worry. And then another thing, actually the things, okay, it is true they sometimes ask things outside KSL, but I really don't know, not outside KSL, but things taught in let's say campus. But trust me, all these things are the things that you still interact with at Kenya School of Law. Because I remember there's a lady who came to our class during and she came and told us, okay, they usually come occasionally, especially 3 weeks to that oral exam. The lecturers will be so magnanimous that they will invite some alumni to come talk to you about the issue of orals and even some other cases. So some, of course, they'll come and you'll ask them which questions they were asked, and you'll be shocked. Like there's a lady who was asked about some issues in evidence law. You see, if you do criminal litigation, you are not taught about the evidence law. But with your interaction with criminal litigation, sometimes if you interact with, for example, the Evidence Act and the CPC, then you just definitely have to interact with them. So the answer will be, if you can just take these discussions and other discussion you'll form at your personal level, and also do your personal reading, so that before you come to this meeting, just have an initiative of going through a course outline. Then trust you me, you not have that worry that probably you graduated many years ago. It shall be a seamless process. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Angelo. Thank you so much, Hesbon. And I think, Sophie, we're glad to, have people who have actually gone through what you're going through right now. And I can imagine how it feels. I can imagine maybe, some of the questions that you have, some of the worries that you have, because maybe you're thinking that there are things that you have forgotten. But again, one thing that I always like to say is that, law is so huge that we can't remember everything. And we just have to use the moment that we have to try and remember whatever we can remember. So all we always have to do is just try to, put in the energy. I mean, the things that probably will even be asked 20 years from today, and the requirement is we ought to understand them. And maybe it might be that you have to go back to your books and understand them. So it's okay that maybe even right now you feel like there's so much that maybe you have forgotten, but it's fine. Probably you'll feel the same in the future. What really matters is, how we deal with it, and it's going to be okay. So the way Angelo have said and the way Hesbon have said, going through the questions that we're going to ask in our orals, I think that would be another way that will help you to understand, or maybe 1 or 3 questions or 5 questions. I don't know really the number. Through those questions, maybe you'll be able to, refresh your memory on what you did in LLB. Again, I can't assure you that through our oral session, you're going to remember every single thing. I'll be lying to you. But yes, it is one of the ways that will help you to refresh your memory. Another thing that I can say, and I think Angela also said it, Sophie, just by going through, the program at ATP program at KSL, that in itself is a way of refreshing your memory. There's so much relation with ATP and what you did in LLB. Yes, I know it's practical, but it's practical coming out of substance. So the first way of you refreshing your memory is actually going through KSL. So you are at an advantage place now that you're going through KSL. Through going through these units, you're going to refresh your memory one day at a time. Just ensure that you're going through the course outline. Probably you've gone ahead of the rest. Probably, you know this and that, this and that maybe other people haven't looked into, but you'll be fine. Just by going through the ATP program, you'll find yourself refreshing your memory on so many things that maybe you think that you have forgotten about. Then again, through the discussions that we're going to have here, I know that you'll remember 1, 2, or 3 things that will be helpful. I can tell you one thing, even you might find most of the guys who are here, there are things that they did in the LB that they don't remember. Of course, I know maybe they did it, a few years ago, but sometimes we just don't remember. Sometimes we just forget, and that's just life. Law is so huge that sometimes we can forget. But when we do something about it, we'll be able to remember. So first thing, you're going through the ATP program, I'm sure it will help you to remember some things. It will help you to remember. And may God help you that the questions that you'll get through orals are questions that will fall within what you have remembered just by going through the ATP program. Also try your best to join our orals sessions, and you'll also be able to learn 1, 2, or 3 things. I think you have so much to do that it wouldn't be wise of me to advise you that now it's time to go back to your books, everything you did in campus, go through each and every book, try and remember. No, I'll just be burdening you with so many things that you actually don't need. So just try, interact with people. Come during our oral session. Maybe if you ask someone a question, we give an answer to it. It will help you remember. And also, just by going through the ATP program, I know there's so much that you'll you'll be able to remember as, the substance of the practicals that you'll be learning in KSL. That would be my answer, Sophie. I don't know if it answers your question, together with what my colleagues have said.
Yes, thank you so much. And amen to your prayer. In Jesus' name, amen. Thank you.
Amen. Okay, you'll be fine. It's gonna be okay. Any other question, guys? Any question? Any question? Yes, Eunice.
Hi, good evening. Yes, mine is on a study tip rather. You encounter some units that have like voluminous case laws to read through. You're being told you read. Like, how do you go about remembering some of these cases? Because you find like you have so much content, and then you tend to forget some cases, like the names, but you remember the facts. Like, how do you go about now remembering some of these cases?
Thank you. Now, one thing that I can tell you is try and remember the important cases. A nudge warehousing, for example, when it comes to conveyancing, just try to remember the important cases so that when you are answering a question, at least you know the name of that particular case. But another way of doing it, something that we were taught, is you can always say, in a decided case, the court stated that. I know it might look lazy, but it can be your last bullet where you don't remember anything at all. So just read the cases, understand the principles, and you'll be able to apply them. Again, law is so huge that you can't remember each and every case that you have learned. So one trick, in a decided case, it was held this. Again, please, I'm not trying to encourage you to be lazy. Where you remember, write the name of the case. In fact, try to always remember the name of the case. But it is not life and death, Eunice. Sometimes we forget, and it's okay. I think sometimes you just have to allow yourself not to be too perfect, and you'll be fine. But again, if you want to be very perfect, it is okay. But I think for me, what I used to do is, where I can't remember the case, I say, in a decided case, the court stated this and this and this. But I also try to remember the cases that I needed. That there are those cases that you'll go through and you'll just know, this one I need to remember. This one is important. Try and put your energy in remembering those ones. Just try and remember those cases. You can't remember all the cases, Eunice. There's some that you'll forget, and it's okay. You can use the trick of, in a decided case, the court stated this and this. Again, I'm not trying to encourage you to be lazy. No, that's not what I'm saying. If you can remember every case, well and good. We are different. Please just don't have the pressure of remembering each and every case, each and every section of the law. What you need is 51, 50 plus 1, 50 and above. Okay? You can be perfect when you're in court. You can be perfect when you're writing your pleadings. But I think we also have to be tactical here. What you need is 50 plus 1. Yes, if you want to get 90 in all the units, well and good. You can focus on getting 90 in all of the units. And I hope, and I wish you all the best. I hope you get 90 in all the units, and not 90 in 8 units and fail 1 unit because you want to be perfect in everything. So just try to remember the important cases. The other cases you can always say in a decided case. Again, the trick is, what we're focusing on is 9 Ps. For me, even if you have 51 in all the 9 units and you have 9 Ps, personally, I'd be happy than having 90 in 4 units and failing in 5 units just because I don't remember each and every case. So try to balance, focus on getting 9 Ps mostly, and what you need is 50 and above. My opinion. Angelo?
Thank you, Daniel. That is also my opinion. What I would say is, if you can access the best performed papers for the year 2021, you realize that the best students in those exams actually, unless if I'm wrong, but Esbon, I know we did this exercise together, none of them are cited even a single case. Even when we were doing our revision, you'll know, this place, maybe they are talking about that Anaj warehousing, that one of conveyancing. or that one of Kaplan and Stratton. Is it the Manchester Outfitters case? Okay. Or maybe they are talking about, let's say, this issue of PO, the one Kisa biscuit. Okay. You might know that this is it, but that particular person has not cited. So as long as you know the principle of law and you don't remember, and again with the caveat, uh, don't be lazy, because I can assure you, if you can remember, just put it in. Even in orals, you realize when we'll be doing our exercise, this particular training, we can be giving you a scenario, and we can even ask you what was that particular case. Okay, for example, maybe I need you to tell me something about the case of Force versus Abato. So I can give you a scenario that will raise that particular principle of law that was said in that particular thing. I can ask you to distinguish for me the case of Popat versus Popat and another, the Court of Appeal sitting in Mombasa, when they were discussing about Section 26 of the Law of Succession Act. Okay, I can tell you to distinguish that case plus another High Court case. So this, you realize that most popular cases you will be asked, and this is something that we have experienced, and the people that came before us, they have done the same thing. Okay, maybe I want to ask you about the aspect of common law wife. So what is that Court of Appeal case? What is the position now in the Supreme Court? Because I believe there is a particular position that the Supreme Court has adopted, in that, let's say it is called the case, is it Hortensia Yahweh Wambuya or Wanjiru Yahweh, something like that. Okay. So I can maybe can ask you to discuss about Section 3.5 or of the Law of Succession Act. So you realize these people are not malicious. So just know that it is things that you know that you will be asked in an exam, but it is not a must that you remember the citations of the case. Okay, because you are a lawyer, you know where to find the law. And that is why I believe CSE don't punish people, because when you actually go to work, you will actually know where to find the law. You'll conduct your research, you will cite your cases properly. But in an exam setting, I don't think it is mandatory as such. I know my results have not come out yet. I have tried to cite cases wherever I can, but where I didn't, I actually use in a decided case. That is all on my end, Daniel. Thank you.
Welcome. Hesbon, real quick.
Well, I ended just to reiterate the sentiments by yourself and Angelo. I think I echo Angelo so much that what really made me remember this president was the daily discussion on the same. So that if you hear of an idea, just know, just think of what is the locus standi, or sorry, what is the locus classica case in that area, or what is the case applicable to that area. So it is, as Daniel said, just know, like, for example, every area at least there is a renowned case that you can actually get to know about. So I can't really say that there is a method of mastering these cases. So to some people, cramming work. To some people, they'll read and master about it. So it is just like your personal initiative to know exactly what really can work well with you. But I can tell you, like, if you do every day's revision, for example, if you revise in conveyancing an aspect, you try to establish like what case is applicable here, which one is applicable here, and you realize with the time these cases you'll just start mastering, like, will just be on your fingertips. Yeah, so that is what I can just say about it. Thank you.
Thank you. Eunice, is that okay? Does that answer your question?
Yes, thank you.
Welcome. So Eunice, you'll go through, you'll read through these units. I'm telling you, if you're reading, there are cases that will just stand out. There are cases that you'll just remember. You will just remember these cases. If you read through the units, they stand out so much, they are discussed so much during KSL that you'll just remember them. Of course, so long as you also add with a little bit of reading. So you'll be fine. You don't need to know all the cases, just the locus classicus. as stated by my colleague Hesbon. Guys, any question? Any question? Any question? Any question? Okay.
Daniel.
Yes, yes, go ahead.
So just in 1 minute, maybe before you close, I think Eunice asked a very important question on what cases maybe she can read about. And as you go along, as you near your orals, please get to know these cases that are especially coming out, cases that are being spoken out by every person, especially cases from Supreme Court, because those are cases definitely will be asked about. You'll be asked about, for example, the election petitions cases, cases related to KRA, cases related, for example, to rules, for example, the Induplam rule. So those pronouncing cases are the ones you're supposed to know, because if you, for example, if you asked a case, tell us about this case, at least you have an idea about it. You've discussed either publicly or even in class. So be careful about those cases which are maybe mentioned in classes as having a sense of contemporary issues. Those are the ones that should give you a worry. But the ones that maybe you'll need to write in exam, don't worry so much about it. You can actually just master as you go by. But for the purpose of orals, really, you see, Daniel is already asking about the ANAD. He asked me that question actually in the orals while he was taking you through the process. So you can actually get assured that one of us maybe ask you that. So such are cases that will get maybe to just interact with. Yeah, thank you.
Welcome. Guys, there's a case right now on the principle of bona fide purchaser for value without notice. Yeah, petition number 410, I want to believe. It was decided by the Supreme Court the other day. At least that one, at least start from there. I think that's a question that is ripe for orals, a question that I think probably you'll be asked. Probably, again, underline probably. I do not know exactly whether you'll be asked that question. I don't want to lie to you, but I think it's just important, even for your legal. Sometimes we find ourselves reading just for exams, and I think for me, I think that has always been a worry or a problem. Like, we're lawyers anyway. Let's just read to know. One day you might need it in a case. One day you might need to apply it. I mean, you're a learned friend. You need to know these things. So let's also enjoy as much as we read. Let's just we ought to know anyway. Our competency is always called into question. So as much as you're studying for exams, also try to enjoy. Also try to just improve your value as a person. You need this anyway. One day you have your law firm. I mean, you got to know how to maintain the law firm. You got to know how to be a good trial advocate. You got to know how to deal with conveyancing issues. Of course, you cut your cake and eat it, whatever you really want to focus on. But also, I think it's just important for us to spread our energy and, our knowledge and know some of these things. So apart from exams, again, there's also practice. There's also the competency that you want to build. And I think that should also make it better. And if you enjoy this, you'll be fine. You'll be okay. Just try to enjoy each and every step of the unit. Try to enjoy each and every step of the journey, and you'll be fine. Guys, I want to believe there's no other question. There's no other question. There's no other question. I can't see any other hand. So we're going to go through orals in this first session, this first part. Because I think, yes, Angelo?
Sorry. Maybe it is just one thing or two. Also, I would really advise that when we will close this meeting or whenever we'll have our next session, please try to forward the link to your class groups so that we can have as many people as possible. Because at the same time, we realize even when you go for your pupillage interview, actually it is like oral setting at the same time. So you will be asked questions like same question like those one of oral. So this particular program will also prepare you on your pupillage. That is especially on pupillage interviews. Yes, and then secondly, please, this is a warning from a wise young man. Please just prepare yourself on commercial. I'm not saying that because it is bad, but maybe because on how it is delivered at the Kenya School of Law. For example, companies alone is wide. So just try to do something about it. Don't rely much on lecturers, or maybe Mr. Wakimani is really good, but please try to prepare yourself. That is something I have learned the hard way. That is what I wanted to say, Daniel. Thank you.
Welcome. Yeah, I think I'd like to reiterate the same. Mr. Wakimani is super. He's so good. Get some of his notes. I think they'll also direct you even as you read. Mr. Wakimani's notes. I think they really helped me in commercial transactions. Just get some of his notes and you'll be good to go. And again, yes, try and put in some energy. Try and put in some energy when it comes to commercial. And I think you'll learn a lot if you decide to do that, and you'll be fine at the end of the day. Yes. So I wanted to explain how our oral sessions are going to be, and I think we are going to need a lot of your confidence. You guys are gonna have to put yourselves out there for us to, even have these sessions. So we are going to actually have orals, but ours is going to be online. So it's going to be the way you have orals when you are going to go for orals. Normally, when you go for orals, you probably, maybe you'll find the door is open. Sometimes you find the door is closed. You have to open the door. You have to say, maybe if it's in the morning, good morning, how are you? How are you? Exchange the normalies and, begin. Of course, you have to allow them to ask you certain questions, which we are going to ask you because we have gone through it. We know how it starts. We know how it ends. So we really want you guys to be confident. Put yourselves out there so that the next time we are having a session, we have volunteers. Okay? We have volunteers because our sessions are going to be like the normal sessions that you'd have. So we'll ask for a volunteer. That volunteer will probably carry up their hand. Then we're going to ask you questions the way you'd be asked during orals, and you're going to answer based on your knowledge. We are going to, one thing I can tell you guys, we are going to make mistakes during these sessions, but that is what we need. This is your time to make all those mistakes so that when you go for orals on that particular day, you will have made all the mistakes that you can make and you'll only be doing the right thing. Again, the questions that you're going to ask you during these orals are not exactly the questions that you are going to be asked when you go for your orals exams. I myself, as Daniel Stephen Oduor, I do not know exactly what questions you'll be asked. I cannot know. So the best we can do, the best I can do is to help prepare you for that particular situation, to help prepare you for that particular moment. How are we planning to do that? To ask you those questions on the spot and see your reactions, see how fast you can think, see how you'll be able to answer those questions. Okay? So that is what we're going to do. See your confidence and build it one day after another. Build it one day after another. Build it one day after another. And as we build yours, I'm sure we are also building others. As you make mistakes, I'm sure the rest are also learning. As we correct your mistakes, we are sure the other people are also learning about your mistakes and correcting themselves and being better. But one thing I can say, put yourselves out there. You will learn more than taking a back seat and watching others fail or do the mistakes. Guys, me, even if you get 5 out of 20, whatever you get, I can't take it anywhere. I cannot write it as your end mark. I can't. There's nothing I can do with it. But if you get 5 during your orals, it's going to be part of record. Okay, so I just want us to make all the mistakes here. Make all the mistakes here. Let us correct each other, sharpen each other as iron sharpens iron, and you guys are going to be okay and super. Okay, so put yourselves out there, allow yourself to be asked questions. I want to encourage you, make every mistake that you are thinking about making, of course not deliberately, but just be open. Make those mistakes. We're going to correct you. We're going to help you know what exactly these guys are looking for. We're going to help you from some of us who maybe got 19, some of us got maybe 19.5, if that exists. Some of us got 15, some of us got 16. We're going to share with you and tell you what helped us get those particular marks that we got, which we also believe that you want at the end of the day. Okay, guys. So we are really asking for your confidence. We are really asking for you guys to just stand out. Comfortable zones are not comfortable anymore. In fact, ever since we were born, they have never been comfortable. So let's just learn to put ourselves out there. Even if someone laughs at you right now, they'd rather laugh at you now than laugh at you when they see you have 4 out of 20. Okay, so this is the time to make those mistakes. This is the time to have people laugh at you, do not care at all. Why? Whatever happens here goes nowhere. It doesn't go on any record. But whatever you learn here goes into record when you sit that orals exam, when you're asked those questions and your confidence has built up and you know the mistakes you're not supposed to make, and you get that 19, 18, 15, or 16 that you've always been dreaming of getting, and you pass your exams, and you become the lawyer that you've always wanted to be. So we are asking you guys again, put yourselves out. Don't be comfortable. When we're asking for volunteers, just volunteer yourself. How sweet will it be for you to make all the mistakes that when you go for your orals, you're only doing things right and you get your 19 or your 18. So we're giving you that platform to make those mistakes again. So don't be scared of making mistakes. That's how you are going to learn. We're giving you a platform where you can make mistakes, and those mistakes mean nothing. They only allow you to learn. They don't mean anything else. So guys, please, this is a word of encouragement. We are going to need you guys for us to be able to help you. So be encouraged. Angelo, is there anything you want to say?
I have nothing to say. I believe we will interact. It is to ask from them to participate, really participate, because we are doing this because of you guys. So please log in, raise your hand, and then we pick you. We ask you questions, and you realize you'll never forget. Yeah, true. They might not be the same questions that you'll be asked in your oral exams, but I can assure you they might be the same questions, because those examiners will not go to bring questions from heaven or where. No, it is same thing. So it might be or it might be not. But the fact that if you go to that exam with confidence, because it will really grow you, if you go there, you can answer anything. I know one of my panelists, my questions were based on children and the law. I didn't do it in my LLB, but I know I have read something about adoption. He asked me about code structure, where I did my clinical attachments. But the fact that I knew that Daniel prepared me well, I tried in my discussions, I was able to just pass it. I thought I did well, although I did not get 19. Okay, the mark that I got, I was happy with it. So please just prepare yourself and be ready to participate when we call on you next weekend. Thank you.
Thank you, Angelo. Well explained. Hesbon?
Well, thank you so much, the head discussants. So now, on my end, just 30 seconds. In the course of our interaction, these are hints to you, and especially to all our questions. The best thing that those guys look for, of course, the first thing is to know what is the objective of oral exam, and what is the criteria of award of marks. And you'll realize that your requirement to have knowledge will just give you 7 marks. Another 7 marks is actually on your style of answering those questions. Then 6 marks will just because your presence, how you're dressed, how you articulate issues and whatnot. So that is actually the first thing that we will maybe tell you about, so that by you knowing, if you've been asked this question, then you totally don't know how you're going to go about it. Or maybe you see, kama unajua swali, you may become too confident that even now underdo it or even overdo it. You get? So it is important that the best style to answer this question is to think at it in the essence of IRAC. Of course, you'll face some other people who may not, they just ask you a question that they just want a direct answer. So I don't know, you just know the best way to go about it, so that you hit the point, or you get to understand the reason as to why that question is being asked to you. So in the course of our interaction, we get actually to know the rationale of orals, the way to go about, and trust you me, as Dan says, that by your volunteering, for example, the first person to volunteer, maybe at that point, at the first time you'll be nervous, the second time you'll hear another person, you hear how they perform. By the time you're volunteering for the fourth time, trust you me, you'll have no fear at all. And by that time, you'll not even fear the physical oral that you'll be attending. So I also implore you to just volunteer when called upon and prepare for them as you come for. And when you prepare, and when you come for it, be ready for any questions. You're not going to confine yourself. For example, say today is civil, tomorrow criminal. Just going to ask you all around, but the questions not from heaven, as Angelo says, but all of them from the course outline. Thank you.
Okay, guys, I think we've been able to set the ground right, and that everything is proper. Please, if you have any questions, you can ask now before we end our meeting. Any question about what we've said about the preparations? Anything you want to ask? Our questions are going to be from any unit. Yeah, so we want to tell you that today we are going to ask questions on conveyancing. Tomorrow, because again, when you go for orals, questions can come from anywhere. You don't know exactly from where. So that's the same situation that we want to prepare you for. Our questions are going to be from anywhere, and I want to believe that you guys will be okay. Any question on our strategy on how to prepare you for orals? Any question? Anything you'd like us to add? If you'd want us to make it harder? And of course, as they always say, read your panel. Read your panel. There are those who will just want to rattle you and see what you'll do. There are those who will be so good, but the questions that they're asking you are very hard. You just read your panel and you'll be okay. You'll be okay. Of course, you can't read us, but of course, by our voices and by the questions that we're answering, we're asking, yeah, that some of us will really emphasize and will ask you hard questions, and when they realize that you're not getting any answers, come down and start asking you easy questions. These things exist. Everyone is human. Any questions, guys? No questions at all. I see we have so many ladies. Excuse me. Please also encourage the gents to enjoy to join us, and I think it will be a good platform for all of you, and all of you are going to learn. Any questions, guys? I don't want to leave anyone behind, because the next time we are meeting, we're just going to start off immediately. Please, if there are any notes that you require, always just ask in the group, or you can just text me or Angelo or Hesbon or Victoria. You can text us individually, and you can consult here and there, and we'll be able to support you where we can. Any other follow-up questions you have, my name is Daniel Oduor. I think it's the same name that I have on WhatsApp. Hit me up. Let me know what your question is, and I believe and I know that we'll be able to solve it. We'll be able to sort it out. Okay. I see we have no questions at all, and so we are going to finish. And I think, Hezbon, maybe you can pray for us, then we can call it a night.
Well, thank you so much, Dan, for the opportunity to dedicate our intentions before God. So guys, as I bless us before God, I want us to think through this. The reasons as to why we're here, the reasons as to why the organizers of this event really thought, the reasons as to why maybe you are there, and all the commitments you've really put your heart that you want to give this how do I say it? This initiative. Now let's believe and pray. Dear Lord, we come before you this evening. Thank you for the gift of life. Thank you for the gift of good coexistence that has seen us come up with this idea to share knowledge, to share information, Lord, to eradicate the aspects and the sense of fear that really feels us when we get to certain stages in life. Lord, we want to dedicate all our intentions. Ours is to do our best, and then we cast it before you. we are full of hopes that all the intentions, all the objectives we have are going to be fulfilled, are going to be realized through your effort, through your will, dear Lord. As we go through the process, may you give us insights, give us effort, give us good health, give us energy, so that all and sundry may be a success. And after all, we shall thank you. As we go back to sleep, dear Lord, give us a good time. We shall thank you. It's in Jesus Christ that I get this. Amen.
Amen.
Amen. Amen. Amen. Thank you. Thank you so much, Hesbon. Thank you so much, Angelo. More of us, more of my colleagues will be joining us. So please, let's be open to guests and visitors, and we will be fine. And I know more of you guys will also be joining us. Please, any follow-up questions, you can hit me up. You can send them to Angelo. You can send them to Hesbon, and we'll be able to deal with them. I want to wish you guys a good night. Good night, and may God bless you. See you guys again the next time. Bye. Thanks for joining.
Bye. God bless you
Thank
too.
you.
Bye.
Good night.
Thank you.